Good morning. Good morning.
I needed to go do some digging through that. And I am desperate.
Luke, I am your father. Good morning. That's right. That's right. No, there no vape comments. GWPH, um, this NKTR that Tech brought to us yesterday. Of course, AbbVie as usual. BA after that run on news yesterday. And anything else that pops up. I don't know yet. No, I haven't seen that yet. Was it in main chat? No, I can go find it. It's okay. I appreciate it. Oh, you sent me a text. I will take a look at that. Thanks, Rocky. Let's see. Easy Rider, yes, this is the live stream. Let's see. Had to mute before. Did you end up swinging BA? You got a little bit. I closed out. I closed out most of what I had. Let's see. Thanks for the follow. 23 Bunny. I appreciate it. PB, good morning. Welcome back. Got about 3 minutes here till the open. Good morning, Hells. Are you just lurking in here in the channel, or are you actually... Oh, I was on mute. Good morning, Hells. Are you lurking, or are you here? Awesome. Good morning. Oh, what do we got? Well, if you're in that same things can't go up forever camp, all right. Just need to pull that up. Yep. All right, so that helps. All right. Yep. Yeah, I saw that. What time is that, you know? Okay. Deniable money. Thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Let's see what else we got. Good morning, Sarah. And we are open. Ooh, I'm gonna have to kill these alerts though. Disney open 136.90. Up a little bit. And BA, a little bit of a drop here. See if it stays above 365. And AbbVie almost 86. Keeping an eye on AbbVie this morning. They did get, there was some news that came out on one of their competitors, LLY, having some good results on a drug that competes with them. I was just want to see if that was going to impact them this morning. So far, it doesn't look like it. They're at almost 86. All right. Tech Money mentioned race last week. I see it's moving up. Yeah, we'll go look at that chart again. I did set some alerts on that chart. And it did have something to do with the tariffs on European autos, is why we were looking at that. All right. And I did trim off a little bit of that AbbVie, the 85s for this week up here. Not to say it's not going to keep going, but, they're up over 40%. So just took a little off the table. I got in at 95 cents. I have to go look and see what that fill was. Filled at, looks like $1.30. Master Tomasito, yes. Simmons, I'm gonna give it just a minute to shake out. Like I said, I closed out most of that position, so what I'm holding is not much. So I'm gonna give it just a few here and see what it's gonna do. If this is gonna continue, I mean, right now it looks like not pretty. Let's see if it can establish support here. Otherwise, I'll just dump it. Let's take a look. Okay. If you get 308.50, you're looking to go long. Okay. No, Master. I closed out a little bit. I had the 85s for this week. And they're now $1.60. It looks like $1.58 by $1.65. And I just trimmed off a little bit to take some profit off the table in case it does get a pullback. Hells, you see that chart that Pete posted this morning? He marked the. It's actually up on my screen right now on Twitch. He's highlighted the SPY gaps. So there's 7 SPY gaps. Unfilled, 6 of them since October 10th. It's an interesting chart. Yep. And I am not in BA anymore. Now, I don't know if you saw, those of you that are watching, when I drew this. You might get this pullback to 618 and then bounce. That's kind of what I would be watching. If it's something that you're looking at or you're interested in, see if it can hold support there, and then maybe you get moved to the upside. Twilio nice this morning. All right, AbbVie, what are you gonna do? Out of AbbVie, up 60%. Nice, PB. Yeah, I'm about 68% on those at the moment. AMRN, PB, sure. Give me just a second. And I am out the rest of VZ here at 51 cents. From, that was that alert we got in at 43. I don't want to babysit it. I usually don't play this stuff that's, under $20, but just because it, I don't know what it is. It can move fast. And, these bios that are under $20 are typically where you're going to see the secondaries and stuff. But let's look. Let's see. What was the headline? See that they're presenting. That looked like maybe it was yesterday. See some news from yesterday, 20 hours ago. New analysis shows yada, yada, yada is cost effective and offers rare finding of better outcomes at lower healthcare costs when used to treat high risk patients with cardiovascular disease or diabetes and other risk factors. So let's see, that there was a split a long time ago. I see that. Where are we at? $20. There's a lot of resistance up here. 2368 ish on the weekly chart. I mean, since October of 2018, it's been stuck right in this range here. I would not personally be chasing this gap. Gaps on these lower priced, tickers. I just don't trust them, especially when I don't really know anything about, the company or what they're doing or anything else. JBug, yeah, that VZ, I think that was from yesterday. I mean, they were weeklies, so if they had more time on them, I might let them go a little longer, but they're this week's. Are you PB? Are you just looking at AMRN because of this move up, this gap news? I assume, or is there something else? Do you know more about them? I mean, if this is something that you've been waiting on or something like that, I can look at it in more detail and look for potential pullback, but. Alerted, yeah. Well, that's why it alerted. Not to say that I don't know enough about this news, so that's not to say that this isn't news that drives it, to a place that it hasn't been since October of last year. But you're only $3 away from that. So yeah, like this kind of stuff, this is where historically, when I would take losses, it would be on this kind of stuff. And I just don't mess with it. You might win, or be successful on something like this, one out of every 10 tries or so. It's not worth it. Not when you got Twilio moving up like it is, and I'm still in those 100s. Haven't seen any options alerts yet. Let's see if there's any sweeps. Above 500 contracts, what do we got? There's a 50K call sweep on JD on the 35s for this week. Those AbbVie December 90s up 50%. I didn't buy them. And a bunch of symbols. Charlie Brown style cuss words. And AbbVie almost at 87. Sheesh. Just beast. So remember what we were looking for, this price channel here on the daily. I wanted it to get above that and then hold above that. I wouldn't be surprised if it does come down and test it as support. But I think that's why, we're getting a pop, like this over $1 this morning, is we've broken out of this price channel, and now we'll look to hopefully stay above it and establish a new one. But we got to get out of it and stay out of it. A nice pop on that NKTR. Pulled back a little bit, but Master Tomasito, are you talking about Apple? You said AAP. I assume you're talking about Apple. Let's go look at. I'm going to pull up an Apple chart here in just a second. Actually, I want to set an alert on CMCSA just because we're in it. Oh, AAP. They just had a. Yeah, I was gonna say. I thought they reported this morning, right? Sorry, I thought you were referring to Apple because I had heard this morning in Black Box Discord. Somebody was talking about it pulling back pre-market. So we'll set an alert here if Apple makes it down here to test low a day. And let's go look at AAP. Got to keep an eye on Twilio here as well. Make sure I don't let that one get away. Those are nice and green right now. Take a quick glance at Disney. What's it doing? Ooh, looks good. Over 138. From 136 yesterday. Nice. Hit double top intraday. Just broke a bottom. To me, it looks like next support is 153 on AAP. Where are we at? 155.36. Yeah, that 153.12. I assume that's what you're looking at. They did announce an additional 700 million share repurchase program, so it may not fall much more. Heavy institutional ownership. Yeah. I mean, and on the weekly chart, what sticks out what sticks out to me is this area right in here that it's used as support a couple times. It broke down into this channel, used the bottom of that as support a few times, came back down, tested it again. Like this area right here, 151 to 158 is an area that's seen, I mean, these are weeks, right? So this is an area that's seen a lot of action, a lot of consolidation. It's also, let me go back to the daily here. I wonder how bad, I didn't really look to see, just how bad their sales and guidance were. Let's see, they beat after all, so there's risks to playing the downside. Okay. So they guided down on same store sales. Okay. But they still beat. Yeah, I would say if it wasn't horrendous that, this area in here is going to be, you'll probably see some back and forth in here. Do you see where I set that alert kind of just above that price channel in case it makes it back there? I want to see if it's going to use that as support here on the 5-minute. Well, Hells, what happened to your pullback there? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yep. Let me go look. Let me go look. Uh, is Microsoft up another dollar today? Wow. Yeah, 147.20. Let me see if I can find anything. Apple 261.14 cross. So it's testing low a day here. Yeah, I mean, out of the major SPY holdings, I don't see anything, that's up big. Amazon's up about $6. I don't see anything else. Yep, exactly. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't see anything. Yep. Forever, forever, ever. Michael Dean, good morning. Easy Rider, can you go over your thinking at the moment looking at indexes and SPY by example? There is a Macy's black box alert. Yeah, Anki, we could take a look at that. Let's see. And yeah, Easy Rider, I'm just keeping an eye on. I mean, I'm still, still trading, still playing stuff. I'm still in AppV. I was looking to see what Apple was going to do here low a day. It did break low a day, but then got a pretty decent sized bounce. I'm actually looking. I would have liked to see it reject a little lower here for potential short, but I think you could, if you wanted to. It's above the 80 EMA here. Just broke through the 34 EMA, but didn't hold. You could play this 261.51 as potential. If you wanted to try to play downside. See if this can continue. Got a little higher than I would have liked to see on this bounce, but if you wanted to play that, I was looking at this, kind of eyeing it. I'm still in Twilio, but I'm looking at the SPY and the Qs and UVXY just to see if we're going to keep going, or if we're going to get some sort of pullback here. Twilio 97.89 looks like a pullback on Twilio here. If this breaks VWAP, I'll be out. Those are green, so I'm not gonna risk those going red. Macy's $16 call, rapid fire bullish. Let's go look at that. Let's see. How much have they put into this thing so far? 60K, 70K, 70K, almost 100,000, another 76K. So quite a bit going into those $16 calls. They're paying about $1.50 at this point. Where's it at? It's at, oh, those are out to January though. I'll go take a peek. I'm not really interested in playing Macy's out to January, but that said, maybe I will be if I look at this. So here's the weekly, and you can see I already had this area here drawn in of support. That previously was support. Now we're kind of in the bottom of that range. Coming up to the 21 period here on the daily, it's above the 34 on the 1 minute, but given, this goes all the way back to 2001. So, for me to play upside, I would want to see it out of this channel and moving up. And if I was playing those out to January, they do have ER. Let's see. What, next week they report? So they may be trying to get some of that juice leading into ER. Not a horrible play. Here at support, running into ER, playing those out to January. It's not a horrible play. But it's Macy's. Look at this pullback on the 1 hour chart. Those last 3 candles. Did bounce right here off the 200 on the 1 hour chart. Twilio broke VWAP. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks for calling that out. Let me go look at that Twilio. I'm gonna pull up a trade ticket here. One quick check. Just get a sense of where it's at. Yeah, I don't love where it's at. I'll give it one or two more candles here and see what it's going to do. I think I can give it one or two more without risking those gains. See if we're going to get a bounce in here or not. KHC. I think we saw some KHC yesterday too. All right. I'm going to cut half on Twilio here. And I'll tell you why in just a second. All right, I cut half. Looks like... Well, one thing I don't like about E-Trade, and maybe I can fix this, but my average was 93 cents. I took profit on half that, and my cost basis, the average went up because it averaged in those gains or something. It's weird the way that it readjusts that. But I took half just because we're coming up on the 34 here, and we were coming into VWAP. Now, it may break through and keep going. If it does, that's great. I still have some of that position. If it were to reject and pull back, then these two candles right here were about 10%. So down here at the bottom, I was only up about 16%. After two candles, I was up almost 30%, 28% or something like that. So it's like, okay, I'm going to take a little off because I know that if it rejects, then I'm back down to, 12 to 15% versus almost 30. So I take half the position off, see what it does here above the 34. If it keeps going, then great. I've already locked in some of that profit. I got a nice bounce there. see if we can get any continuation. You can see how we're coming into this area where we could see some more resistance. So I'm just watching right now with the little bit that I have left to see if it's going to get through here. All right, I just had a Shack alert go off. What's going on here? Ooh. Why is Shack not happy this morning? Oh, sorry, never mind. That's the weekly chart. Actually, Shack looks good today. What was that alert? I bet that was set up on a daily. Steady bullish on Twilio. There you go. And a roulette bullish on Twilio. Yep. I see the November 15th, 9850s. And I also, okay, so they were both of those alerts, the steady bullish and the roulette bullish, are for the same strike, same expiration, this week's 9850s. Easy Rider, you can't play the number of contracts based on what the number that someone else plays. You got to play based on what you can risk, what your risk tolerance is. You know, you can't base it. It is harder. I talked about this yesterday. I think it's harder with a smaller account if you can only play one contract, you know, or two contracts. But you know, you got to start somewhere. But, you know, typically if I'm buying something, I'm going to buy at least two. So I have one that I can, you know, I can cut, take profit on and you know, let it go a little longer if I want to. But you have to play according to your account size, your risk tolerance. I bought a couple of those. I had cut, let's see, yesterday. So I actually started with Twilio. We started in the 96 calls. And I sold those and flipped into the 100 calls. So I took profit off those 96s, which pretty much paid for a good portion of the 100 calls that I took. And then I locked in some gains on those yesterday morning. Twice. And then swung a couple into today. I'm just reading through what I posted in my mod room. I'm not going through my order history at the moment. Those Twilio alerts seem timed with that Roman candle that just happened. I don't know if those alerts are worth following now. I mean, I'm already in, right? So I'm ahead of the alert. The 100s that I have carry a lot more premium. Oh, but that's the Twilio 100s that we have are out to next week. I was trying to figure out why the difference in premium. But those 9850s that they picked up, they bought at about $1.70. So they're at the money, in the money, a little bit. They're paying $1.70 for those for this week's. I think that's a little risky given that you've kind of got this double top here. Now, if it breaks through that, it did make a higher low. So there's a good chance that it can keep going, that it can break through that. But given where it's at, the reason we bought next week is, where it's at here on the chart. If I pull up this daily chart, definitely some potential, some room. It really needs to get over 100. But if this move that it's made the last couple days can continue, we can get there. I just wanted to have a little more time on them. And if it breaks above here and then pulls back to support, if it breaks above this, you might get a little run, but, then wait for a pullback. And I might look to re-enter those 100s for next week. So Easy Rider, it also depends on the price of the contract, right? For me, if I'm playing a contract that's 20 or 30 cents, and I feel like it carries the same, if it's not a YOLO and it kind of carries the same amount of risk, then I might play more of them. Just because, if it drops, you kind of look at, okay, if it drops 20%, what's that going to do to me? And is that, am I okay with that? So they got in at 170. It spiked to 185-ish. It actually spiked to 2. I show the high at $2 on those contracts. Quick in and out. Yeah, there could have been a quick in and out for 30 cents. But when those alerts come in, I typically don't just jump in them, right? It's like, okay, we kind of knew what was going on with Twilio. But go back to the chart and see what it looks like. How risky is it? Now, right here, trying to break this high a day, it's got to get through there. If it gets through there and you want to play it, I mean, if you want to play it here, it's like, your risk is you're looking for it to break high a day and continue this run. If it rejects, here, you could say, all right, well, this should, I want this to be support. If this doesn't act as support and it breaks down in here, then you'd cut. Well, that's it. You just kind of look at it and determine what are you playing? What is it? What are you looking for it to do? Well, in this case, you're looking for it to break high a day. Okay, how do I know when this has failed? And at least in my time frame, it hasn't worked. Now, it could come down in here and consolidate in this same area before it decides to go again. So if you buy it in here, where it's at right now, you kind of got to risk, in my opinion, down here to this 98, the $98 level. So if you want to try it, I would rather see it down here closer to 98. I think that Macy's alert is going to work out. Macy's is still going, but let's see. We didn't look at KHC though. The other thing is on Twilio. Let's see, what is it at now? 170. So now you're pretty close to where they bought it, which I like a little more. Rather than them buying at 270 and then you're buying up here at $2, or 170 and then you're buying at $2. J-Bug, no. But we're just looking. Twilio did just alert. I got out of a little Twilio. I have a small position in the 100 calls into next week still. CRM's running. Yeah, I'll go look at CRM. I want to see what Shaq's going to do here as well. So we got 2 green candles here on the daily. Kind of like this. Gonna hold off on Twilio, look for a pullback or better setup. Nothing wrong with being patient. So Shaq is at 63.74. See, I'm going to set an alert here for 64. And that's why it went off, because it hit 64.21. But now it's back under 64. Wanted to talk to you about tech stuff after today's market. Yeah, that's fine. You can send me a message, J-Buck. Yeah, I was just sending you a note. A DM, I was responding to your DM. Still kind of got this flat top. Yep. See, Anki says CRM is running. Let's go look at CRM. Yeah, it is. Nice move. What is that? 240? So they are speaking at the Tableau conference today. No, I was talking about CRM. There's a Tableau conference going on in San Francisco, I believe. The co-CEO of CRM is speaking there today. CRM has earnings next month. So not really in play yet. I don't know, Anki. You think you can get, you think it can go. You're at almost 164 with resistance at, 166.78 before you get to this kind of, triple top area on the daily. I don't know how much more you can get out of it after this move. Playing calendar diagonal for a run into earnings. Anki's got those. She plays some of those, more advanced strategies instead of just playing short-term directional. Anki, if you don't mind, when you get a minute, can you let us know what you did? Twilio did bounce right off VWAP here this time. Last time it broke down just below it. But you've got another higher low. I think you still got to get through this 98, 94 area. Would have been, a good shot here right off of VWAP and right off the bottom of this channel. You could still try it here if you wanted to, playing the bottom of this channel as support and this 98.84 area as resistance. I'd like to get a decent pullback on AbbVie, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that for us. To look at something, next week. Only because, like we talked about yesterday, I think it's going to go test 90. Doesn't matter what I think, but I've seen some decent pullbacks on this thing, just not recently. Let's see what we got out to next week. I mean, the 90s for next week aren't that expensive. 38 by 41. And the 88s for next week are $1. $1.06 by $1.11. Let's see if we can get any kind of pullback here to come back and test VWAP. Maybe this afternoon. I'm still in the 85, so I'm still capturing this, some of this move, but doesn't mean I can't look at the next play and roll out of the 85s into something else. There's your trend so far today. Let's see. You bought the December 6th, 165. Sold November 29th, 167.50. Entered this position last week, and you're up 20% though. The rational behind this trade is IV Rise in the December 6th series and selling 167.50 to reduce cost basis and limiting risk. Nice. Jay, it snowed a little bit yesterday and last night. I don't know if it's snowing this morning, to be honest. I have not been outside. And I can't have any windows open because the light, the natural light, messes up the lighting that I have on the camera and the LEDs and stuff. Messes with my hydroponics. No, that's in the basement. No, I don't have any. I got kids, man. I can't be messing with that. Not to say I didn't do that at one time. Grow it, and I was pretty damn good at it. Let's see. Apple been consolidating for the past 25 minutes. Anki, I'm definitely interested. Definitely. I don't do a ton of that kind of stuff, but I'd like to do more of it. All right, let's see if we get that turtle line break here on Twilio. We're gonna do it. You're gonna get the break. It wants to. Whaler, sure. Yeah, give me just a second, and I will. Yeah, this looks like it wants to break. And there it popped up above. So it broke that turtle line, popped through it. Nicely. So I think I'm going to roll out of the 100s that I have and take a small position in those 98.50s for this week. On this break right here. Let's see. What do you mean? Cut your exactly. Well, JBug, in this case, it's not further expiration. I was already in the 100s for next week, and those are nice and green. But the momentum, the short-term momentum here has been upside. I haven't done anything yet. But, in this scenario, I may even just hold on to the 100s a little longer and try to scout the weekly 98.50s on this move. I mean, this is, if it pulls back, give it another candle here. PB, looking at Twilio. We were looking for this break and we got it. We did break through this resistance area, this turtle line. And it's looking strong. Dirty Socks, I wish I understood anything you just said. Dirty, I haven't seen you on here before, so I don't know what you trade or what your style is. Let's see. Can't see. Is that Twilio on a 1 day or 5 minute? Upper left here is the 1 minute. On the right, this is a 60-minute chart, and I'm actually going to switch this to a 15-minute. And this is daily down below. And we can get rid of this. These trend lines don't apply at this point. I don't, who said look at X? I don't, Brandon, I mean, it does look good today. I don't typically play it. I don't play a lot, All right, J-Bug, we'll be here. Coming in up into this resistance area. Yep, what Sarah just said. Brandon, you've got all this, resistance that you're coming up into right now. And ATVI, I can't remember who asked about ATVI flow. Whaler. Let's look at that. So I see next week's 52 calls. It's like one sweep. Okay, I got one sweep, one block. About a minute apart. It is, at an area where you would hope to see some support. 53.22. 21. What's up, Pilot? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. You see two sweeps followed by a large block. I'm looking at the flow here. Well, in the 52s, let's see. Yeah, I'm seeing one sweep and one block. Doing well. APDN. I haven't looked at APDN. I mean, I like where it's at, Whaler. I'd want to see some sort of confirmation of a bounce here or a change in direction. But yeah, this area that has been resistance came down, was used as support. You're back in that area now. I like where it's at. And they're buying out to next week, which makes a lot of sense. The 52s at $1.23, they're only carrying $1 premium on those out to next week. That's not bad. It's not bad. Let me see what I don't know what APDN is. Yeah. Applied DNA Sciences jumped on some news. Successful DNA tagging of leather as one of the world's largest tanneries. At one of the world's largest tanneries. Yeah. Dude, I can't touch, a stock that goes from $4 to over 14 on some news like that. I don't. This just is not in the realm of what I'm looking to play. That's crazy. Crazy move. I don't know what the float is, what the short ratio looks like. I used to play stuff like that. I just stay away from it. It's been a low success rate on stuff like that. It's got a 1.2 million share OS, 872,000 in the float. Tiny, right? It could definitely move. I mean, this thing could go crazy with those numbers. Its 30-day average volume is 21,000 shares. It's done over 5 million today. I mean, that's insane. Yeah. Crazy. And I'll tell you, these they've got, obviously it has potential to move. But more often than not, you just end up getting stuck and holding that bag as everyone else is on their way out the door. And it looks like they scared some people out right here. But I don't know anything about this company. But look at this spike that it had up to, almost $400, back down to 100. You don't want to be in the group that's buying up here. So again, this thing certainly has the potential to go crazy. Risky as shit. I'd rather see people playing, something like an ATVI with some time on it. The only thing roughly a month after ATVI faced a Hong Kong protest-related backlash from the gaming community, the company reported falling revenue and narrower profits. It's at a good spot, but this drop on earnings from last week was a decent sized drop. What's up, Bobby? Pass. Pass. I think let's look to see if we can get, back above 5250 up here. I'd give this a little time. Again, this is something you could play. You could, run as a swing play, but let it turn around. Don't try to call the bottom. Make it show you that, okay, yep, this is low enough. We're going to start buying it back up. Currently in some Twilio from yesterday and some AbbVie still. We're still in Comcast, CMCSA, ABBV, testing Angular support. Yeah. And actually, I'm wanting to get a little pullback. I'd like to see a decent pullback on AbbVie. My. Good morning. What's up? All right, this week's 85 AbbVies are up 200%. I'm going to scale back a little more. I sold some earlier. It's sitting right at the 34 here on the 1 minute. If we get one candle below this 34 that closes below the 34, then I'm going to cut some of that. Again, these are this week's AbbVies. So, what I mentioned earlier is I'd like to see a decent pullback, potentially to look at something next week. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, we did. Are you short? You missed it. Oh. Nothing new. On SPY. Okay. Okay. Pilot, a mix of both. I mean, most of what I'm playing is intended to be intraday. I don't like to swing too much, but a little of both. Something like ATVI, what I just talked about, looking for some confirmation that it's done with this drop and ready to move back to the upside. I want to see confirmation because their earnings weren't great, and that's what this drop was. That would be something that I would play with a little more time on it and see if you can kind of do that slow grind back, up to this 54.50 area. So that would be something that I would look to more as a swing trade, but a lot of stuff I play is intended to be in and out intraday. We didn't look at that KHC that we got an alert on. So right now, AbbVie is holding the 34, but we'll see if it can continue to do so. I wonder if we had a dark pool print. Let's see. No, I don't see any. See if SPY is going to reject. This was support earlier. And there's your, whoever mentioned this APDN, now down another $2 from where we looked at it. All right, I did trim. I'm actually going to trim a little more AbbVie. Let's see what it does here. It's just barely above the 8 EMA. On the 1 minute, we could get a pullback here. It may hold above the 34, but yeah. I trimmed off a little more here from, what was it, $1 something to, let's see, those filled at 294. And if we break below this 34, I'll get out the rest and look for, potential re-entry. BA's popping now. God, it was dropping this morning. Actually, not bad. Not bad. Right up here at the turtle line. Thinking about trying this week's 380s. There was somebody playing those yesterday, who I have not seen this morning yet. It's $17 out of the money. Not, obviously BA can do that pretty quick if it wants to. It went up, what, 17, 18 bucks yesterday or something like that. Maybe more. You could. You definitely could right here. And, if you want to play it tight, look for support in there. I'd be more apt to try, if I was going to play this week's, I like those 370s at $2. The 380s are only 50 cents, but, you'd probably have to hold those for a little bit. No, it wasn't. Well, Charlie may have. There was somebody else in here when it was at $1.40 something for those 380s yesterday. If it were me, I'd probably be looking at the 370s. And CRM right now holding BWAP, it's under the 34, under the 80 MA. Could see a little more pullback here, yeah. I mean, it bounced right off that 618. Talking about BA, it bounced right off this 618 extension on the 30-minute chart here. And there's the 15-minute. Bought some Disney off VWAP. Nice. There's a nice pop. Coming up on the 200 right here on the 1 minute. Yeah, Disney 138.68, looking good today. That was loud. Yeah, my. I see that. We were just talking about BA. I like where it bounced right here. I mean, didn't have a candle close below the 34. Really nice. Now you're looking, maybe it stays above the 200 here. You got quite a bit of room between where it's at in the 80 MA. Or 9 EMA, that's what I have on this chart. That's the 9 EMA right there. Not that it's much different, but. Yeah, Happy Trader Guy. We're watching it right here. I've got the BA chart up. Mouse without borders. Mouse without borders rule. Up 85% on the 380s. Nice. From a few here. So 366.80. Looks like resistance. Well, that's an area that I had drawn in yesterday. Both these, this is where we were kind of struggling yesterday. Got through, consolidated in here a little bit before popping. But I was saying I really like where it bounced here. It stayed above the 34, came down, tested the 618 here, and bounced off that. Twilio moving up a bit. Yes, it is. And again, right off this, the bottom of this price channel, yeah, happy trader guy. It was a nice move right there. You know, now ideally like to see it hold in here. You know, it may come back down and test the 34, but you'd like to see it hold. So you bounced off the 618, right now rejecting the 786. See if it can get through that. You could, you know, but if you, again, like if you have a smaller account, depends on your risk tolerance, BA can move pretty fast. All right, now you're at the 34 on the 1 minute. EMA 9 on the 15. What's up, Vazu? Good morning. And nice bounce, nice move there on Apple. Right now I'm watching BA, AbbVie over 88. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Still have a little Twilio. But I want to see what BA is going to do here at the 34. Would you bother taking a new position now or wait till after Trump? Yeah, Trump's coming up. When does Trump speak, Hells? Sorry. I know you said earlier. One Eastern. So you still got about an hour and a half. T. Lambton and Whaler say 12. Is that 12 Eastern? And Bobby, yes, correct. Twilio, AbbVie, CMCSA. I'm actually going to take a stab, I think, at BA here. If it holds this 34. I'll give it a shot. And if it breaks down, you know, below the 34. I've got this line here at 363.15 that has been, you know, was resistance. Hey, that's, you know, that's fair. That's fair. For sure. Yep. Well, and that's, you know, I like where BA is at here on the 34. I'm in it. Took a shot on it. But yeah, BA can do the same thing, right? It could get 3 candles to the downside that drops it $2. And all of a sudden your contracts are fucked. Yep. Let me know if you pull that trigger. Do you know what he's speaking on today? Okay. All right, we just broke below that 34. Just barely. Really want to see that hold. So those contracts will move fast. Bobby, yeah. Just playing this see if it can hold this 34 here. BA calls, yeah. on SPY. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I don't like BAs rejecting the 80 MA here. And the 8 and the 34 are getting real close together. And I do have a trade ticket open on BA. If it does break below the 34, I will hit that button pretty quick. AbbVie presents new positive data from phase 2-3 select Axis 1 trial of... I can't read that, it's too small. Thanks, Bobby. And actually, AbbVie's still holding the 34 here nicely, but it's got this... And this is one where you might draw that parallel channel. But I need to watch BA at the moment. BA is getting tight here. Michael, I've got some Disney. I picked up some yesterday. I got in the March 140 calls. Here we go. Let's get a little pop. Let's get above that 34. Come on. There we go. God, it's only Tuesday, and those BA calls did not move at all on that little pop. I'm in the 370s for this week, but I would have thought on that little pop they would have moved a little bit, and they really didn't. So it needs to move. It needs to get, back up above 365 here. But, I've said it a couple times, but Bobby, if, I consider this to be pretty risky because, BA can have these pretty crazy moves pretty fast. I mean, if you look at this move this morning from 362 all the way up to over 365, 361.79, 365.85. So it can move pretty quick. Yeah, I'm playing the weeklies. And of course, headline risk. Yep. I just like on the 15-minute chart here, I was showing came down, the wick fell below the 618, but it held that, held the 34 the entire time. So this is a nice technical bounce here. Let's get above 364.75. That would be awesome. Those contracts are green a little. See if we can get some more out of them. Oof, come on. Yeah, I got the same thing going on right now with the 370s. My. They're back to red, slightly red. That's an ugly candle. Let's see what we're going to do. Twilio may need to take green here. And this candle is opening below the 34. So I'm going to cut that. I got I don't like what it's doing here. Let's see. Yeah. All right, BA can do whatever it wants. I mean, I think it's still in a good spot here on the 15-minute, but I'm not willing to ride that out. It was $20, so I'm not gonna risk this continuing at the moment. Too many other good plays going on. What did I fill at? 186. And Twilio. Let's see what we got going on here. Twilio, let's just go back to 100. It's up $3 today. Look at that bounce. But it's just not, these kinds of plays can just be, you saw how fast those contracts move, those 370s. We got these two candles and it dropped about 10%. So Still got a small position in these 85s. Like to see this area, hold. They're up nicely, so again, if this doesn't hold here, I might look to take profit and re-enter. And I just got out of the Twilio 100s for next week. That was up over 100%. So, and well, no, I'm not gonna. I've said this before, there are certain positions that I take that I'm just not willing to call out because I don't want anybody following them. Came almost, yeah, I know, I was watching that, but again, those contracts move really quick, so I don't want, anybody sitting in this. If you're looking for, if the play is the 34 and it breaks the 34, like it did, it had 2 candles below the 34, it pushed right back up here, and, normally I would likely be willing to sit in those longer, but, it didn't do what we were looking for it to do. So you kind of, in those situations, it's like, yeah, you win some, you lose some, but there was also the chance that, it comes all the way back down to test this line. And at that point, those 370s, you're down about 35% or so. So again, it's like, is that okay? Or is that going to hurt you? And same thing here, right? I'm looking for it to hold this area in here right now. And if it drops a couple candles below that, it could very easily bounce, but they are nice and green, and I don't want to give that up, so. Hello? Oh, great. Another open enrollment message. Another number blocked. There's got to be about 50 of those phone numbers that I've blocked. That one was from Indiana. They just keep different state, different area code. Says my auto extended warranty is about to expire, all from Illinois and Indiana. Yeah. Obnoxious. Yeah, nice bounce here. Where's Alta? Alta's at 245, hells. Thanks, Sarah. I'll have to take a look at that one. When was that? 11:33 Eastern. So about 15 minutes ago. TTD making a pretty nice move there. Let's see. We looked at TTD yesterday. That's another one. Those can be tough to play just because, like, we're sitting at 224, 223.82, and the 225s for this week are $5. Those can be hard to play if you got, an account, $1,000 account or something. That can be tough to play. Sometimes, Nathan, I definitely like to look at it. You're coming up on the top of that opening 15-minute candle. If I look at the 5, it is over it, just barely. So you could play it, using that as support. You do have VWAP and the 8 just below that as well. So 227.50 for this week to see if it can make a new high. $380 by 410. Yeah, I like that strike. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? No, I meant why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you blame me? That's what I meant. I know. I'm just saying. Why wouldn't you? Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Oh, for sure. For sure. Well, and I think like you were saying last week, there's when you're looking at this, it's like it's hard not to look at it and be a little biased, right? And so, the potential definitely exists, like you said, to see something that's not there. So I can understand why, you'd be a little more careful with that. BA pop, yeah, that figures. Whoever I'm talking to is not coming through. I might have you muted. That might have been somewhat intentional. No, just kidding. Uh, okay. Yeah, he should come through now. Should come through now. Up 100% on AbbVie. Do you think it has room to the run? Do I think it has room to run to the mid 90s? Yeah, there's room. I would be very surprised if it does it this week, but I've not seen. I mean, this is if you look. I've been following and playing AbbVie since August, and look at the size of most of these candles. Like these last 3 days, these are sizable moves for AbbVie. My. I've let it go. I've moved on. Now you're, yeah, over the open here. Fuck, it could just keep on running. It is what it is. Am I expecting a pullback? I try not to expect anything. Would I be surprised? No, not at all. I was looking right here to potentially get out if it broke down out of this. I wanted to see this area hold today, and so far it has. We're back above the 34. I don't know are you in the 85s for this week? I don't know what you got in, but you're up 100%. So, never hurts to take some profit. December 13th, 95s. December 13th, 95s. So you're about $7 out of the money. You got a month on them. I like them as long as we stay above this channel here, but this is a big move that AbbVie has made. I mean, it was down at 83 at one point yesterday. Let's see, today's the 12th. Yeah, yesterday morning we were down here just under 84. So for them, that's a pretty big move. They did have a headline that came out about 45 minutes ago that appears to be positive. Man, I would just keep moving the levels up. And if it really stalls, or say it pulls down below this support level, I would look for this 87.71 to hold, but that's 50 cents away. You know, you may lose some value on those contracts if it comes all the way down there. Not saying it will, but you know, if it makes another move up, then, you know, I take this box and I go, okay, well, this was the last area of consolidation. And then use that. And as long as it keeps pushing up, then just ride them. Cat may be selling off down over 1% on a green daily. We'll go back and look at Cat. I do have some alerts, I think, set up on Cat as well. There's a pullback on Twilio. Right here at an area that was resistance, then support, came back through. Now we're back down at this level. BA just dumped hard, rejected 366.80. Yeah. Techno, yeah, I mean I've got a slew of strikes and expirations. I've got some out to January. I've got $90 calls out to January 2021 that I picked up for just over $1 that I'm still holding on to. That I actually may, because they have so much time on them and they're up about 500% at this point. No, and Techno, I have the January 15th, 2021 90s. And those are 735 right now. So I still have, you know, over a year on those calls. And Twilio's pulling back quite a bit here. And what is going on with Facebook? No, Techno, I have not been playing Roku. I'm not going to go on my Roku tangent right now, but we can talk about Roku after hours. Man, Facebook is it's up about $5 today. So I think we got an hour until Trump speaks. Donka says it should be now. Oh, he was set for 12 Eastern, but it's a bit delayed. Gotcha. I'm actually going to pull up, see what he has to say. Actually, I think I'll just, I'm sure Kang will give us the play-by-play. Hells, I'm going to hop over to main voice and see if Kang's going through the
If
event.
you want, I can turn it on and do it. King's is delayed by a few minutes. I can turn on the TV and give you play by play
Oh,
if you
sure,
want.
yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. All right.
My, the 1750. Um, Techno, yeah, there's two Discord groups. One is for non-Black Box members, which is right there. Um, the other is private for members of Black Box.
All right. I have it on. He's not up there yet.
Okay, cool. Thank you. There was a Facebook. Those are at the January though. 210s. Repeater bullish that came in this morning, about an hour ago. I was looking to see if there was any alerts on this. About a 300K sweep. Next week's 190s. But those are 470. Well in the money. Got some 200s for this week. Some small sweeps. Those are 20 cents. This speech sounds like it's more of a campaign thing. It must be on, Sarah, hell, Sarah's.
I have it on. There's a podium that's empty with CNBC people talking.
Okay. Couple of PayPal put sweeps for this week's 99s. Came in a few minutes ago. Nothing big. 10K, 13K.
Maybe he's done talking. Might be finished talking, man.
The Poker Pro says Trump has not spoken yet. It's a presentation to the Economic Club.
These are putting like little Trump quotes across the bottom. Okay. He says he hasn't started.
Bobby says he is talking right now, so I don't know. He's going up now.
There he goes. I think I hear his voice.
All right.
Introduces Kudlow.
Forum as a candidate for president. At the time, America was stuck in a failed recovery and saddled with a bleak economic future, and it was bleak. Last administration, 100,000 manufacturing jobs had been lost. 5 million more Americans had left. Jobs were not exactly what you would. Board of Labor predicted that Americans coming out of the workforce sluggish growth and experts said the American choice but to accept stagnation, decay, and to sit back and accept a slow, believe for one moment that our magnificent nation was destined for a diminished. Our destiny was in our own hands, that we could and really look at American decline unacceptable. For the future, American dominance, which is what I wanted. We couldn't. Americans had to lower their expectations or give up. America is the single greatest country in the world. And I knew that working together.
Bobby says apparently he's not talking about China.
2016,
Okay.
I stood before you, confident in what our people could achieve. promoting American workers, and middle class was being crushed under the weight of the punitive tax code, of regulations, one-sided trade deals, economic policy that put America's interest last, and very deep last at that. I knew that if we lifted these burdens from our economy and unleashed our prosperity would come thundering back to our country at a record speed.
Techno, why would I think FireEye would get bought by Facebook? I have no idea. I haven't really been following FireEye.
Wide margin.
Sounds like just a fluff speech on how great he's done. Perfect.
100% so far.
Ended the war on American workers. We have stopped the assault on American industry, and we have launched an economic boom, the likes of which
Oh, okay.
despite
That could be
direct
interesting.
number of rate increases, quantitative tightening, reserve since I won the election, 8
Could be
increases
bought
in
out by
total,
the end of the year.
which were, in my opinion, far too fast an increase, far too slow a decrease. Third, we are actively competing with nations so that now many are actually getting paid by a loan, known as negative interest. I want some of that money. Our reserve doesn't let us say thank you. The smart people are clapping.
People are clapping for negative interest rates.
Good for the world.
Okay.
Competing against these other countries, and the Federal Reserve doesn't let us play at that game.
Federal Reserve doesn't let us compete with the rest of the world.
Policies have ushered in an unprecedented numbers tell the story. Back in 2016, before I took office, the projected that fewer than 2 million jobs would be created by this time in 2019. The administration has created going up rapidly. We beat predictions. Estimate that I saw during the game possible to get close to his head. Unemployment has recently achieved the lowest rate. African American unemployment, Hispanic American unemployment.
Talking about unemployment and the great gains that have been made under his administration and policy.
Compared to the other numbers, is it? Our jobs are leading the way in our middle class pool. 5,000 mining jobs, 128,000 energy jobs, 1 jobs, and manufacturing was supposed to be dead in our country. You would need, according
Calling out Obama without saying Obama's name.
600,000. Very important jobs.
Bobby, he said only the smart people are clapping.
Very importantly, boosted workforce.
I is not a fan of his speech.
The rate of African American and
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
poverty has plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded by far. Most of you people wouldn't know these numbers. This was election. 100 is up over 45%. The Dow Jones is up over 50%. And the NASDAQ is up 60%.
Talking about the markets being up under his administration. And if the Fed wasn't the way it was, you could add more to those gains.
Markets have vastly outpaced the rest of the world. This exceptional growth is boosting 401ks, pensions, and college savings accounts for billions and billions of hardworking inequality and all of the differences and all of the problems. The single biggest benefactors of what we've done are middle class. And nearly $10 trillion of new value to our economy. That's in a short period of time. Remember, I only use numbers from the time of the election. To January 20th, it's not fair. Market and economic numbers.
His math is based on election day, not the inauguration. Hillary wins, it would have been bad news.
Of the G7 countries by far.
I'm watching the tick at the moment. We haven't had anything today above or below 500.
American wages, salaries, and incomes are rising very fast. Median household income is now at the highest level in the history of our country.
All the stats that he's throwing out are fantastic as far as the economy is concerned. All really, really strong numbers.
It rose $975 over an 8-year period. Administration, it rose $5,000 over. Obama was paying $1,000. You have to add $2,200 for the over 8 years, you have 400. Over 8 years, you have $975. Okay, 2.5. We're at almost $10,000. Consumers, because of this, are in the best shape probably in the history of our country. I think it's going to be very long lasting. Very, very long lasting. Allows me the latitude and timing to take some of the horrible, incompetent,
Trade deals.
He's talking about trade deals right now, you said?
Going to make trade deals great.
Gotcha.
Weren't so great, but they're great again.
Because we've adopted a new economic policy that finally puts America first.
These gains are due to putting America first.
Embrace the fact that the world is a place of fierce competition. And industry growth, prosperity. Countries and businesses will always find a home. It's up to us to decide whether that home will be in a foreign country or right here in our country, our beloved USA, and that's where we want. We want our families and communities to prosper. America must be the best place on earth to work, invest, innovate, build, pursue a career, own a craft, or start a business. We want companies to move to America. American workers. My mission is to put our country on the best footing, thrive, sell, compete, and leaders in Washington did the exact opposite. Impose a flutter. They waged an unethical.
We're approaching interesting support right now on the ES, for whatever that's worth to anybody.
Tried to shut down America.
Getting a little pop there on the ES. Tick pretty much flat at the moment.
CNBC flip off. I'm on Bloomberg now.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, this is Paul. I was reaching out to you today about having
Oh, Bobby, I've done it multiple times. Yeah. Guys, I'm just waiting here to see which way, see if the market's going to respond at all to anything that's being said. I mean, the tick is pretty much flat. Everything's moving pretty slow at the moment.
No, he really hasn't said anything inflammatory. He hasn't said anything that we don't already know from a statistic standpoint, as
Okay.
far as the economy. There's been nothing has been quote unquote revealed.
All right.
The cutting of regulations is probably the biggest reason for the jump, not necessarily the tax cut.
Yeah, my. Right now it is.
Currently moving in the same direction. already killing the Clean Water Act. Has he signed an executive order for pharmaceutical drugs to be able to buy from Canada? Has he done that yet?
I don't know. Anybody know the answer to that
No.
question? Let's see. Check out ADSK. It's testing 200 MA on daily and usually runs into earnings. Okay, Anki, thank you. I'll take a look at that.
What that conversation does with pharmaceuticals. Anybody, are you watching any of those tickers?
No, I haven't been.
Must protect the constitutional rule of law at all costs.
Vazu, I certainly will. And I'm actually out of, I just got out of the AbbVie this week's 85s. I have some 90s for next week. And I filled those 90s at 60 cents. They're 59 by 61 right now. Just because I was up really nicely on the 85s. So I could take that profit, buy a couple of the 90s, and still, still put some money in the bank.
I have what might be a bull flag on UVXY and what might be a bear flag on SPY.
Okay.
Direction until he's done speaking. About Paris Climate Accord. Says that the WTO thinks that America are the stupid people. The number one producer of oil and natural gas on the entire planet Earth.
And
Flag is
PB.
playing.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that bear flag is playing out now. The bull flag is playing out.
Okay. PB, I
Sorry.
would
Sorry
consider
about
this
it.
to be, higher risk given this move that it's made today, which is why I wanted to lock in the gains on those 85s. Really small position in the 90s for next week because we could get a decent pullback here on AbbVie after this run. Go ahead, Hells. And yes, I do still have a small position in Twilio. Not in the 100s. I did get out of those. I got out of those earlier. And Anki, what are you doing on ADSK? I see what you're looking at. Yeah, what strikes and expiration are you looking at?
Watch UVXY here as it approaches the 1750 area to see if it rejects again for the millionth time today, or we get a
Yep.
break over. Or the America First into tariffs a little bit now. Brought up China. This administration's just let China run roughshod all over America. That's changed a lot. Nobody has cheated better than China. That's off the record. He doesn't blame China. He blames our leaders. We're defenseless, had no leadership. Doesn't blame China for taking advantage of us. He blames our past leadership. Trying to make a deal. Doesn't know if he wants to make a deal. They're close. It happens soon.
Let's see. AMAT. He will ride this trade deal to the polls, yeah. That was from my. Well, he's going to have to save something, right?
You think better? Are we getting a reversal on SPY here?
I haven't seen. Tick still flat. Trend slightly positive. Is he done talking?
Well, we're getting applause. Let's see what's.
Happy Trader Guy jumped in SPY calls. I like it right here. If we can get back above this 309.27, 309.30. Not a bad spot to try it though.
About NAFTA.
I think it's been a while since we've had Trump talk, and we haven't seen, big algo candles in either direction.
I totally agree.
I mean, it seems pretty muted for so far.
About Pelosi doing her party in the country a disservice.
Yeah, Twilio's got definitely something going on. Holy cow. My, now your Twilio should be nicely green. That you said earlier was barely green. It should be nicely green. Oh, ponytail pump. There you go. There you go. Which makes sense too, right? I think 2 days in a row have had bullish flow alerts on Twilio. See if it's another pop and fade ponytail pump or if this thing continues. Yeah, I mean, and there was a lot of volume on those 9850s that were alerted. A lot of volume.
Step away for a few minutes, man. He's not saying anything new, but
Okay, cool.
yeah.
Check pins. I will take a look. Right now, let's watch Twilio and see what it's gonna do. There you go. My. Nice. Appy is continuing to pull back here at the moment. So that tick, that was the first tick over the on the day. I think that was we breached 500 a few times. That one was over 750. ES kind of at an interesting spot here. What do I think about the bounce on ATVI? Give me just a second. I'm just kind of managing some positions here. And there was the question about AMAT. And you can see this area that I drew here on the daily chart. About a $10 range, kind of near the top of that. If I look at this on let's try to do this quick. So 2019 kind of parallel channel you can see there, right in the middle of it. It was support a little bit down here, resistance, support, support, and you're right in the middle of that channel. If we go to a 4 hour, see the same thing. And on the daily, if I just throw in some quick I see something like that. If it holds above 786, great. But you're right in the middle of this channel. So it depends on what your time frame is, you know, how long you're looking to hold. And this is the weekly. Again, kind of right in the middle of that range. And that was for whoever asked about AMAT. That was for Vazu. Vazu, let me know that you saw that. On the 5 minute, maybe some support here at 56.45 ish, but okay, cool. ATVI, let's see, it's about 40-cent bounce. And you've still got, get rid of that. This is what I was looking for, to bounce up above to then watch it. Was this line here at 52.49. That was just a reminder to go back and take a look at it. You know, you've got this weekly consolidation in here, which is a decent range. I mean, it's not huge, but, you know, there's some room in there, which is why I put the alert where I did. I want to see it turn around, you know, show you confirmation. This is on a 1 hour. It hasn't, you know, you've got one, you know, squishy green that got pushed up here, still below VWAP, still below the 9 EMA. I'd like to see this get up above this 52.49 and hold. And then I think you got a few dollars. You know, there's some resistance here, 52.75-ish. You know, this area in here, 54, you know, call it 54 up to about 54.50. That could pose a problem. But I'd like to see a little confirmation that it's ready to turn around. I don't see that yet. Let's see.
He's done speaking. Q&A.
Mean reverter, I think we saw some yesterday too, right? I see 2 blocks. I see 1 sweep on the ATVI 52s. That was a 20K sweep. Yeah, we looked at this. About a minute later, there was that 100K block. And I had a filter on for over 500 contracts. So if I take that off, got a 30K sweep this morning. See a 100K sweep, 100K block. About a 20K sweep. Those are all in those 52s. Out to next week. I mean, again, you're buying it. I like where it's at here as far as, potentially being at support. On the weekly chart, you've also got the 21 period crossing the 34, which is good. Ideally you want to see it continue through these longer, these lagging EMAs. That's a good sign. I think, again, like I want to see, give me this break right here, and then I think it gets interesting. At least let her get above VWAP there on the 5-minute. Or hell, at least start with the 1 minute. Still below this 80 MA. Get above the 34, start going towards VWAP. Q&A on Trump. "37 minutes ago, there was an AbbVie headline. Let's see, it is so 11 minutes. Let's go back 20. About here. And that headline was, AbbVie gets $70 billion of orders for Allergan bond sale to help finance its acquisition as investors flock to buy a piece of the largest bond sale this year. AbbVie's sale would top the chart's biggest bond sale ever, or this year could crack the 5 largest of all time. Offering may come in as many as 10 parts, 30-year part security, possible yielding around 2 percentage points above treasuries. So far it looks like it's reacting off of that. We saw this the other day. I don't know that if there's anything new about that or not. 61. Nice. Could try this right here at this, trend line that we had. Not sure if it'll hold or not, but this trend line right here was, and this level of support, was a little bit of resistance on the way up. Under VWAP here on the 5-minute, but did bounce. That wick touched that trend line. Twilio broke 100. Nice. Yes, it did. And moving. I did add to those 90s here. Just playing this trend line. Now we're above VWAP. So that's what I'm playing. But if this sell-off looks like it's going to continue, then I'll get out of them. I don't know if we're going to get a repeat. We saw this headline a few days ago. We got a pop in SPY. Don't know if that's going to come in to help us. but not much risk. You know, if it comes down, it drops below this 87.48. And Twilio back under 100. Now you want to see this hold. Maybe give it just a little room, but no, but it looks like it tried and then a little more selling. Yeah, it has been. It has been. That's what I was just talking about with Hells. Like, you know, it's been a while since we've had Trump speak and we haven't seen big, you know, algo candles come in. Didn't see that effect. Twilio.
It sounds like he's done.
Okay. Which direction are we headed? Pull out that crystal ball.
Don't know. It's like SPY looks like it wants to rip to the upside.
Yep.
Um,
So this line, who is that, BB7? That line is actually, I drew that from, this is on a 15-minute chart. That's on the 7th it hit there. I think that was the one that we drew yesterday or the day before potentially. You know, where you saw it, because it was resistance here, support here, came back, support, kind of where we're sitting right now. You know, it's a shorter term, you know, line that I have in here. You could obviously draw some more. I've got this parallel channel that is definitely, you know, longer term here that we've popped out of today. But now that's all the way down at, let's see, 80. We're at 87.
Actually, it got a pop and then a pull.
86.30.
It was weird.
You know, this would be, who was this? BB7. You know, you could see this pulling back potentially to under 86. And the top of this channel is now, you know, right here around 86.20-ish. So for the longer term trend to continue, I'd want it to stay above that. Twilio pulled back right there to the 34. It's 11:30
Bloomberg,
my time. What's that, Hells?
Bloomberg is currently dissecting and truth telling his speech as far as the comments, and any economist would not be pleased to hear what he had to say. In a nutshell, is
Uh-oh.
what Bloomberg is saying.
Okay.
Basically, he was sitting in front of a bunch of bankers who know more than he does, telling them why lower interest rates or negative interest rates would be good for the economy.
And they don't agree.
And they don't agree. Also, the Italian, but they sat there clapping, excited about it, but knowing that it's not good.
Okay.
SPY looked like it wanted to rip for a second, but it almost looks like it's doming for a rollover.
Yeah. Yeah, it didn't. I would have liked to see it over that 309.50, and it rejected. Didn't quite get there. Facebook, on the other hand,
I've never traded that ticker.
Oh my gosh, I have a few times. It's 194. I don't know. It looks like almost 195. All right. See this ATVI. See if you can get above the 34. So you got, the last time it did this, it popped above, held above the 34 for a little bit, but you got a couple candles here, and then it pulled right back down. And that's why I say, I want to see some confirmation here.
Test.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, man, just got your message. I was driving. ABBV bond notes, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we had the headline. This is very similar to one that we had a few days ago. I think there was some more specific detail surrounding it. This is again on the that Allergan purchase. Right now, it is holding around 87.50.
Oh, that hell. What was the high? What did it pull back to?
Oh, it was all the way up at let's see, we made it to 88.30. 88.20, 88.28, yeah.
Wow. Those 90s yesterday, last I looked at them, were up 50%. I bet they got up way higher than that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I picked up, I had the 85s for this week, and I don't know, sold them for 200 and some odd percent. And I took some of the
Nice.
profit and rolled into the 90s for next week. I mean, those are
Nice.
40 cents.
Y'all kicking some ass?
Yeah, I haven't done a lot today. Just I've played Twilio a couple times. TTD. I had one quick SPY scalp. Tried BA earlier. That one didn't work out. What else did we play? Let's see.
I've had very, very light trading today. We're almost into my new office.
Nice.
Almost.
Interesting action today. I think there was a lot. Again, kind of waiting on, all right, what's Trump going to say?
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't gone back to look at it in a few minutes, but Disney looked like it was doing well today.
Maria had a good play on that one earlier.
138.65.
That's about all I played. I played that, and there was something else real quick. Not much today.
I did yesterday when we were under 137. I picked up a couple of Disney March 140 calls.
Oh, nice.
And those are doing well. And AbbVie just rejected the 34. See what it's going to do here. But yeah, anyway, I sent you that note just because I didn't know if you saw that pullback. I didn't know if you were in any. Or
No, I
what.
appreciate it. Good looking out there, brother. Good looking
Yep.
out.
No worries.
No, I wish I'd have got those December 90s or January 90s, whichever ones were. Well, we looked at all of them.
Yeah.
But those things were insane. All right, guys. Good luck. I'll try to pop in on y'all after a while.
See you, man.
Thanks.
Mark, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yep. I have some stuff that I buy, put it in there, and I don't look back for a while. I'll usually look at the chart and set a stop and walk away from it for a while. $11:30 my time. I'm gonna I think take a minute here, go grab a snack, let things kind of see what they're gonna do. God, ATVI super flat right here. Yeah, this is not looking great at the moment. It consolidated here a little bit after this pullback. It is lunchtime, but if this turns over right here, we'll see if it continues to pull back. And this is yesterday we got that drop, on the headline. It kind of supported here and then it started going back up. And I'm not seeing that at the moment. So then let's pull this up. Get a 5-minute here. Right now I'm looking at ATVI on the 1 minute here. I know that's not what's on my screen. I'm looking at it on the black box chart. If we can get it, I really want it back above that 52.25-ish. I don't see any buying coming in to keep this thing propped up at the moment. I'm using this 618 here. I'm not. We're kind of in that scenario where, yeah, these are out to next week. They've got time on them, but if that headline continues to sell, I don't see, massive selling happening or anything like that. But I also, don't want, obviously, we've had good gains in ABBV. So I don't want to, just let something kind of fade out on me. Let's go look at AGN. What's AGN doing? AGN is pulling back as well. Nice bounce for Disney off VWAP there.
Welcome to Bank of America. This is a notice from the Chinese Voice Department. Start recording now. 您一下业务出现违规异常，了解详情请按0，由华语客服为您服务。
That was awesome. That's that same recorded message that I got yesterday, which is kind of funny. So for those of you that are in Black Box, here's the alerts we've gotten today. So we played Twilio. I didn't play Facebook. I didn't play Apple. But not that it doesn't happen, but there is not a single red alert in the flow alerts today. All right, so I did take some of this off the table, take some of the risk off. Depending on, again, your account size, your risk tolerance, it is right here, just dropped under the 618 on the 5 minute, which is what I was sitting here looking at. It hasn't shown yet that this is done. So it is still, it's not quite noon here, but I just haven't seen any volume coming in to support this. So, it is possible that it pulls. It's still got a little ways to go before we come test this 382 here on the 15 minute, and then even further to the top of this channel. And you can see how far the 34 is, how far above that we are. There's a level of support that I have here, but it's right at 87. So you still got about 10 cents before we get there. So I would be watching that. I'm just going to go grab something to eat, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I just turn my camera off so you guys don't have to watch me eat. That's a nasty candle on Twilio. Bazoo, sure. We can look at Skyworks. Okay. Yeah, give me a second. We'll go look at that. This looks like potentially news driven. That was quite a bit of volume on that candle. I don't know if there was a headline or something.
What ticker?
Twilio.
SPY did the same thing.
Did
That
it?
drop.
Okay.
Yeah, UVXY is really not reacting in any capacity other
Okay.
than trying not to just suck at everything.
Okay.
Like again, it's like the market really hasn't taken profit of any type
Right.
at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that kind of look like what I'm seeing on AbbVie at the moment, which I've obviously been staring at. This isn't a sell-off, but it's lower volume, and it looks like just kind of shaking out. Twilio, that was quite a bit of volume that just came into Twilio. So above the ask, put sweeps coming into Twilio 9850s. Cool. Thank you. And I'm out of that. Stopped out, which is fine. I already taken profit. You guys heard me kind of on the way up. SKWS.
SPY just keeps on dropping. There might be news somewhere. This is something different.
Pretty big drop.
Yeah. 40 cents and
Oh,
4
yeah.
candles.
Yeah. What's going on?
I'm gonna flip to the other room and see if there's any.
Yep. Thanks, Sarah. I'm curious why SPY is doing what it's doing right now. I mean, that's quite a bit of volume coming in here. Qs are taking a pretty big drop, and UVXY. You see that spike here on UVXY? ATVI did have 13 million dark pool block at 5209. So Twilio, WhatsApp, their largest customer scaling back. Okay. That might not be good for them. 676.
So, Bender, they have no news over there, but apparently with Twilio, one of their customers is scaling back.
Yeah, I see that WhatsApp
Okay.
announced that they were going to be
Yeah.
scaling back. Yep. And I chased some Twilio puts, but shouldn't do that. Yeah, Sarah, I don't think they've found anything either over
Go
in main
listen.
black box.
They're talking about trade on the TV. I'll be right back.
Okay. Thanks, Ronnie. Welcome. There we go. That looks better.
There's nothing.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess WhatsApp is their largest customer, according to CNBC.
Okay.
Not familiar with the ticker, so I can't help a whole bunch there, but that's what they just said.
Well,
The Dow is definitely trending back to red, or back to a reddish color.
yep. You know, we don't know what trimming back means, right? So,
It has not been quantified.
yep.
But if it's their largest customer, that's probably not a positive thing.
Sure.
So we just came down to that bounce zone on SPY where it bounced last time in feed when Presidente finished his conversation. So we're there at that level now.
Sarah says she quoted quite a lot of criticism and complaints about China from President Trump at his latest speech, but hardly anything new. Similar statements of senior U.S. officials have bored people. It seems this U.S. administration really believes a lie repeated 1,000 times becomes the truth. That was, let's say, editor
Wait, who
of
said
Global
what?
China News.
That's
Sarah
not
was
gonna
just
go over
posting
real
it
well.
in. It was just a copy
There's
paste.
130,000 shares on the bid side of SPY that's getting worked through right now.
Okay.
to 60,000. And it plowed it.
And whoever was asking for Skyworks, give me just a minute, and I'll take a look at that. This could get interesting here, Hells. Or it could just be more of the same nonsense.
It's like, look, it's like SPY needs to get under 309,
Yep.
and then that changes the game a little bit. But I'm just in here waiting for somebody to come in by the dip and run it up to like 312 by the end of the day.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. Let's see.
The EES keeps like it's just bleeding off.
Disney.
That might do it. That's under 309, and then some. Not ready to buy the dip yet.
Nope. But could help my Twilio short position. Keep on going, Twilio.
Dow flipped red.
Everything's pointed down at the moment. Yeah, Disney is taking a hit as well. Still over 138. YOLO Put says dumping except for Roku, of course, popping off VWAP. Yeah, that's Roku for you. Vazu, you see this on the weekly chart on SKWS, where this line, I've kind of taken two areas of price action and split them here, where there's been resistance or support right here at the line at the break. You're pretty close to that. I mean, you're right at that line right now. You know, a pop above that, and you could see a move of a couple dollars to the upside. If it starts to pull back and reject, you know, you could see a couple dollars downside. It's right in the middle. And you said strangle, right? You'd have to give it a little bit of room in there. Which time frame, Vazu? Here's the RSI for you on the 60-minute chart. 3 months or 6 months. So that should be your 4 months over 70. YOLO, this is on SWKS, longer term. Ah, no worries. Well, strangle, you want to keep it. I did, Bobby, and I am actually out for now of Twilio. I had picked up. I'll show you.
We're back to pre-market levels right now.
Okay. Here you go. I bought the 9650 put for 202 and sold it, 3 minutes later for 250. I closed out half the position, and then I just closed out the rest a few minutes ago at 317. Just a quick scalp. Thanks. YOLO, I'm not doing anything else with Twilio. I did well with it today. So I'm just gonna leave it alone. I don't know. I mean, this news that WhatsApp is scaling back, I would expect them to, take a hit on this, but I don't know. And as far as your Skyworks strangle, I mean, when you're doing a strangle, you want it to stay inside a range, right? So I don't know how much range you're going to give this, but I see this kind of it could just wobble around in here, but it's at a pretty key area right here of support and resistance. When is their ER? Oh, they reported yesterday? Or what? So they already, let's see. Oh no, okay, they report today. Got it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't play ERs. So, a strangle, great if they report in line and there's nothing exciting, or or they don't report, if they don't have a big miss, you might get some just sideways action in here like it's done before in this area. But I don't play ERs. All right, AbbVie looks like, at least for now, that the panic is over. This was a nice bounce right here, right off the 618. Here on the 15-minute chart, it tried to get down below that a couple times and held up nice. So really was watching this for the longer term, positions that I have in AbbVie. Like, oh shit, if we're gonna get, Make sure we don't get some kind of big sell-off on that. But this is a good lesson here, as well as to, people that come into Black Box and they kind of blindly follow these alerts and they don't watch them and they don't manage them. I showed this earlier and there wasn't a single alert that was red. We've had 3 alerts on Twilio today, and just like that, all 3 of them are red. So if you just kind of blindly follow positions and you don't manage them and pay attention to them, that's the sort of thing that can happen really quick. That's why we tell people, like, the alerts are just alerts. It's not saying follow it or buy me or anything else. You still have to, like, look at the trade, see if it makes sense for you, and manage it. At least set a stop if you can't be in front of it. Bobby, which one is that? OSTK, great. Down $1.54 on, let's see, disclosure of SEC subpoena. Yeah. Even their crypto offering daily dividend isn't going to save them now. Is that what you're saying? I do. I mean, if I see something I want to play, um, I will. Usually, if I'm buying it after lunch, I'm either intending to swing it, or it's just a quick scalp. I'm not really looking. It just depends. It just depends on how the market's moving and that sort of thing. Hell, do you think you're going to see some more downside on SPY there? Hold on, let me pull out my 200 million and push it up just a little. Follow the charts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean,
I don't know, man. It's like I can't figure out why we're dropping it, and I can't figure out why we would be bouncing. So, what you got?
nothing. Got nothing for you. I'm just watching it.
It's like the only thing that I'm generally watching for is UVXY to actually break over that 1750
Yep.
and hold. It's like that's where my eyes are. If it does that, then anything is possible. But do I have an order pulled up right now for SPY? Yes. Weeks 308.50s. Could be a little double bottomish thingy here. And unless we get a push on UVXY, it's not going to matter.
Yep.
Agree, disagree?
I agree.
See, we're basically at pre-market levels right now.
Yep. What the hell was that? Oh, is that your new dog?
No, that's the lab telling me he wants some stuff.
Yeah.
New guy is not polite. He absolutely assaults you when it's time for him to have something. In a perfect world, I'd like for it to come up and touch, let's say 308.90-ish, somewhere in there. And then if it looks like it's going to fail, hit it. But I'm scared, man. I ain't going to lie.
Yeah. Yep. I hear you. Well, you know,
Okay. I'm in.
you're in short.
In short.
Okay.
This week, Wednesday's 308.50s. I'm in at 48 cents. That'll be cut faster than all bloody hell.
Oh yeah. Bobby says Twilio Wave 2. Yep. Holy cow. Look at that. Yeah, Twilio not happy. Not happy at all. They are not letting up. It got to take a breath here and then just continue to the downside. Mean reverter, looking at ATVI still. And UVXY, if you're going to do it, just go up there and do it. Quit fucking around.
Go, Spy. Let go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Bender, I'll give you the assist on this one, buddy.
Thanks. I'll take it.
Bender, so let me get 100% on this so I can swing half of this. Sound good?
Sounds like a
You wanna make that
plan to
happen for me?
me. Yep.
And it's really, UVXY is really thinking about it. right, any more? I gotta let you go, buddy. I'm out.
More of the same shenanigans.
No, it's like it wouldn't let go. And when UVXY failed to grab itself, it's like you gotta let it go. It's like if nothing else, I can by letting it go, I can now look for possibly a better entry than I got last time.
Yep.
If that's going to be the trend,
Yep.
those 4 cents in profit, you know.
Yep. UVXY needs some milk, says Vazu.
Again, it's like I don't know what I'm cheering for here. It's like
Right?
that cut was definitely what is it? PTSD.
Hey, understand. Understand. That's okay. And AbbVie just broke under 87. I don't like that at all. But I will keep an eye on it. See if we can get it down here. See if we can get it around there. SQQQ just popped. And UBXY. Thank you. Yeah, and who said ATVI again? Mean reverter. I'm still looking. I still want to see it over this. This, at least give me over 52.25 and hold before I'm interested in it. I get that, it kind of looks like it's at support here. But it has not been very pretty. So I want to see some confirmation that it's turning around. Hey, Anki, your pins. Did you see that dark pool this morning? Actually, it wasn't this morning. It was not long ago. Half an hour. Just want to make sure you saw that. UVXY 1755. Tesla CEO Musk says to build EU Gigafactory in Berlin area. Bloomberg report. Thank you, Happy Trader Guy. Okay, Hells, now I'm out of SPY.
I'm reloading an order.
Don't get vengeful. Still some good volume on Twilio. Yep. I'm watching it. You know, you could try it here on the pullback to the 34 if you think that there's potential for more downside. Which is also right here at 618 or 786. Pretty close. Like the weekly hammer candle on Beyond. Bobby, I can't play Beyond. Can't do it. Because I just want to short it. I mean, not so much now as when it was up over $200 a share. Is it like 240? Yeah, I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I was just looking at that chart. And I don't know, Bobby. I mean, I guess see how it finishes. But I just can't get on board with that. Pretty sure the fake meat will give you cancer. Can't pronounce any of the ingredients. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when it was up over 200 and I was reading about like Impossible Burger or whatever. I was like, this is crazy. This makes no sense. And everybody knew it made no sense, right? That it was up that high. But I will not be going long on fake meat at $78 a share. But that's just me. And yeah. All right, now AbbVie has hit that. Let's go back and look at that real quick. See if it's going to hold here or not, if it's going to keep going. Let's see, am I taking a look at KMI? Not a stock I ever look at, but see huge OI for December. Calls, 21 strikes, super cheap. Yeah, we can certainly go look. And Happy Trader Guy. I don't play a ton of Tesla, only because, again, like, at least I don't call out a ton of plays on Tesla, because it's another one that there's certainly money to be made there. It depends on the size of your account and, how much you can risk. I wouldn't be buying it here, personally. I mean, there's certainly, Hells will tell you to buy it until it hits, what is it, 6,500? I think that's his price target on it. But if you're playing, short-term weeklies, with 45 minutes to go in the day, I don't know. Maybe when Hells gets back on, I don't know if he can probably give you some things to look for here, but on the 5-minute chart, that's kind of the channel it's been in. Down here, 344, 58-ish. 344.50. And it hasn't been able to break over the 349.60 area. It's kind of the space it's been playing the last 2 days. KMI. Kinder Morgan. This is oil and gas. And I'll tell you that Pete did a breakdown on the energy ETF. And he was buying a little bit of that down here. Let's see, it is VGENX is the ETF that he was talking about. It's the Vanguard Energy Fund Investor Shares. And we did play some ExxonMobil. He might even still be in that. I'm not, but he thinks that, he basically talked about the fact that, hey, it's wintertime and, people got to stay warm, and the only thing, let's see. I mean, this really hasn't done too bad this year. It's been flat here since, what is this? About February, with a few fluctuations, 20 to 21. And what are they buying? December 21 calls. I mean, it doesn't have a ton of range, right? But you could see that working out. Potentially. I don't know anything, really about Kinder Morgan, but Nathan, is it still pulling back? And Nathan, you may not have heard me either when I took some of that off the table earlier. And, what I have is, as far as like shorter term, is tiny. 28,000 open interest for a dime on KMI. Let's look at this. And it was 21 2 months ago. It touched 21 at the end of September. Right down here at support, or, in this area. Let's look at this at the daily. I could see it working out. At a dime, just realized that, you might as well. Those are December monthlies. Oh, 21 strike, super cheap. They could work. That's when you got to be willing to take and then just go, if it works, it works. It doesn't, it doesn't. It's $10. And that's probably what, I don't know what they're thinking. It could work, though. I mean, right at support. Just not a lot of range this year. But the 21's for 10 cents. You don't have to have a lot of range. You've got a couple weeks. This is the weekly chart, right? So it took 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks from this time from this level, the last time it was at this level, it took about 4 weeks to get to 21. So it's got a shot. That's why they're a dime. I think it's worth the $10 risk. Yeah, no problem. And Nathan, regardless, sorry it didn't work out. UVXY broke that 1750, came down, tested it a few times, and then right back down below it. And what the hell is going on with Facebook? Facebook unites payment service across apps with Facebook Pay? I didn't even see that announcement. They're launching a pay system across Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. That was an hour ago. J-Bug, I was just calling out this article that I didn't see on Facebook. I didn't see that announcement on Facebook Pay. Now, how long is it going to be before they come out and say, oh, no, sorry, Facebook, you can't do that? ADPN repop. What's up, JT? Right on. Nice. I never got in it. YOLO puts. I didn't get in it. I looked at it and it is not, it's not something that that I'm gonna play. Yeah, crazy low float. And the volume today is insane, but the normal volume is nothing. I'm not looking to get trapped in an APDN. Out of curiosity, let's see. Yep. Still doing its thing. Not surprising where it found resistance, though, by any means. But yeah, I mean, it was $4 this morning, right? Now it's $16. So Twilio's biggest customer said that they're scaling back. We don't know what that means. But it bounced nicely here. Now it's got to get above this 618, which is at, what is that, 94, 35-ish, 36, something in there. Call it 40. If it rejects here, it could see another leg down. BA back down at 362. What was low day down here? 360 and change. 360.01 was low a day. It will do an ass blasting rug pull any moment. I'm kind of waiting for that. It's just, God, with something like this, it's, if you don't really know them and really follow it, it's hard to understand the impact of, that headline. And even then, yeah, I mean, you can see what it's done in the past, and there's a lot of people that are looking at this going, oh, it can go back to, whatever. They had a 1-for-40 split at the beginning of the month. Yeah, too sketchy for me.
Just get a dopey wick on SPY.
Did I get what? I'm sorry.
A dopey wick below 308.
No, I don't see that on my chart. On a 1 minute, I don't see that wick. In fact, I don't know if you can see my screen or not. Sarah says she saw it, and Whaler9 says he saw it too. So you are not the only one.
That's good.
I do not see it on my chart. I can check my chart in
No, don't
E-Trade.
worry about it. Obviously, if somebody else saw it, that's,
Yeah.
you know.
Not just you.
Are we going to close here, Bender?
Man, let me ask the crystal ball. I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if you can see my screen, but we're kind of following this trend line that I have drawn right now with resistance, up around 308, 308.90 or so. Neo Trader said he saw it too. So yeah. I mean, it depends. Are we going to keep climbing up this trend line that we've been in? Yeah. I'd certainly be surprised to see up above 308.90. But now we just got a candle below that trend line.
It feels like it's a bear flag to me, but it's like,
Yeah, that's all right. I have it on my Thinkorswim SPY, but not on E-Trade. Gotcha. I would tend to agree with you. It's kind of a
who?
$308.50 wouldn't surprise me though. I don't know. Hell's somewhere between 308.90 and 308.50. Is that helpful?
That's great, buddy.
Yep. I
So
figured.
basically right where it is right now.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. You know, plus or minus 20 cents.
Way to step out into the street on that one.
Exactly. I also came out today and changed my price target on AbbVie from 85.50 to 86.25. Don't you
One
love
of
it when
those
they do
guys,
that?
I see.
Love it when they do that. This, Facebook is looking really interesting. And I hadn't seen that headline, that news. Were you on when I was talking about that? I know you don't play it, but
Talking to me or somebody else?
I was talking to you.
Facebook. No, I did not. What was the headline?
They announced that they are coming out with something called Facebook Pay.
They're scrapping Libra and doing something different, or
I don't know if they're scrapping it, or my guess is long-term goal, if they ever do push Libra through, would be some sort of integration there. But yeah, they announced Facebook Pay, which would provide a pay system across Facebook, Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp.
Interesting.
Yeah. And it's up about $5 today. Let's see.
That hit PayPal and all the other guys?
What's that? Sorry.
That news hit PayPal?
I didn't look at PayPal. Good point. Let's take a glance at them. Well, right now, they bounced at 101. So it looks like it pulled back to 101. It's bounced. It's almost 102. Right now, when was this? Did we open? Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, it bottomed out a little over an hour ago. It looks like. And they're only about $1 off a high day. BA moving's a bit. JBug. JBug, your entry was way better than mine. So that is awesome. Good for you. Good for you. Tesla Pow says B-Box Charlie. Look at Tesla. 350. I was going to show you also, just for you, Hells, the built-in paper trading in TradingView, I went all in on Tesla for you.
Oh, good man.
Yep. With a take profit limit. I went a little conservative. I went 4,500. Yeah, Tesla sitting right at the right at resistance here from high day. What was high day? 349.49, and we're at 349.40. Is this on the that Gigafactory news?
And I think that they're still squeezing shorts. I don't,
Okay.
in all honesty. As bullish as I am on it, I could not buy right now. So I don't know what these guys are doing.
Okay.
Literally, I'm about as bullish as it gets on that company.
I know you are. I know.
I couldn't, but I also couldn't buy it at 330 either. I didn't think it was a good place for it.
Right.
But 20 points later, here we go.
Doesn't really matter what we think, does it?
No, it does not.
Yep.
But I still think that they're squeezing shorts. I still think that this is one of those things that could go on for a little while. Have that in these market conditions, it's like, yeah, that's all going to play in together.
I'm just looking at the weekly chart here, and the amount of resistance between 350 and 355 I would expect could be an issue. Market looks tired. My says the market looks tired. Yeah, I think I'm gonna add. I think Facebook is gonna be the first one I'm gonna watch tomorrow. See what it decides to do. It's definitely some
Roulette bearish just come in.
On who?
ET.
ET?
ET. Roulette bearish. 17 cents.
Let's pull that up. ET 262. Oh no, 1150 put.
Here you go, 308.90.
They pounded Tesla 360s. I had to follow earlier. Nice. That would have been a really nice playoff support down here. 344. Let's pull up that Tesla flow. There is there's a lot in the 360s. There's a bunch of 340 puts below the bid. Some flow in the 350s for this week. When did that come in? We actually just had the 350s, couple of sweeps within the last 3 minutes. Is there a tool on Thinkorswim that if the RSI reaches overbought or oversold, it can alert me? J-Bug, I don't know. I don't have TOS. And Tesla is popping. Go Tesla, go. let's see. You're holding a 360 overnight. Close on the high twice last week and gapped up overnight. Nice. Maybe this is the time that it, that it gets through this 355-ish. I mean, you've got the hell, just send it back to, let's get it over 400. How about that?
Hey, man, I'm down.
Take it right up to 400. First time over 350 in forever.
It's been a while, man.
Yeah. I mean, they're not that bad at $2 for the 360s, but it's $10 out of the money. You still got, 3 days to go. Gonna lose some of that overnight if it doesn't gap up. No, I shouldn't say that. I mean, even if it opens at 351,
You're not
probably,
wrong.
yeah.
You're not wrong.
Definitely strong though today. My. Have a good night. Nathan, I don't think they responded to me. Last time I sent them something, it took them 2 days to get back to me. I'll have to check my email though and see if they sent anything to me. What was I gonna look at? Twilio.
Wow.
What are you wowing?
That pop on SPY.
With some volume too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We are closed. Yeah, Twilio, for that news, I'm surprised it didn't drop more. There may be some more in store tomorrow. We'll see. But again, we don't know what scaling back means. So, but yeah, it took that drop and then not a red candle afterwards on the 15-minute chart. Nathan, let me look and see. I'll look right now and see if they responded to me. I checked this morning, and they hadn't. Doesn't look like it. I'll tell you, the only thing that I have not enjoyed is their response time. Has not impressed me. Can you also check with DMAC? Yeah. Yeah, sure. I will bug him as well. Let's see. All right, Anki, I'm doing that right now. Done. Done. No problem. No problem. All right, let's see what's going on after hours here. APDN so far down 16%. Nothing compared to the pop that it had, right? NIO is up a little bit. All right, looks like there's 30, 34 or so still on here. I'm going to take about, I don't know, 3 minutes or so. I'll be back. And if anybody has anything they want to chat on after hours, I know there was somebody said they wanted to talk about, had a technical question or something you wanted to talk about. And but any charts or anything we want to look at, I will be back in just a minute. All right. So what do we got? What's up? Anybody got anything they want to look at? Talk about anything like that? Any random conversation? Why would you short it? Why would you short fit? Did the deal fall through? Oh, thanks, player. Thanks. So glad you could make it here at the end of the day. Happy Trader Guy, let's go look at Cat. I mean, we're waiting for it, but Kent perched on VWAP. Can you go over your BA exit? Yeah. Yeah, a little bit down today. It broke out of this wedge here to the downside. Let's look at the daily here. YOLO, gotcha. Man, I don't know. I mean, I'm not messing with it, but you know, if there, I don't know. I haven't paid close enough attention to if anything has transpired on FIT and on that deal. I'm going to put an alert here on CAT just above this 145. Do it at 145.55. See if I can get down there tomorrow. If it starts pulling back, you know, some tomorrow as well. You got the bottom. Yeah, let's get it down around 145. Let me look at... I mean, it is below, you know, on this 30-minute, below the 9 EMA, below the 34, rejected VWAP. So it is, you know, certainly interesting. See if this can continue tomorrow, and it might be worth taking a shot at. Yeah. T. Lambden, yes it did. The Poker Pro, we can take a look at it. Hold on, I want to make sure I don't miss something here. D-Dog up 17% after hours. Oh, Datadog. Yeah. I know these guys. Know them well. Let's see. Any news? I see stuff from last month. I haven't seen anything yet. Let's see. Did you follow? I did follow Pete into XLP. And yeah, Harris gone. I got BA on the list. I'm not seeing. Let me look at Black Box and see if there's any news on the fly. I mean, I see it up. It's showing up 13% after hours. Oh, what's today? The 12th. Why does this? Okay, they just reported, or they are reporting. I don't know if the numbers are out yet. Or did they report this morning? No, 110. Player, I got it. I'll take a look. First day green, 47. Finish the day green, $1.47. It's happening. Nice. Yeah, so Poker Pro, it looks like I don't know if they've already announced, but their earnings are scheduled for today. That's why. Actually, here, Datadog announces third quarter results. Posted 4:10 Eastern. Third quarter revenue growth, 88% year over year to 96 million. Strong growth of larger customers with 727 that are over $100,000 annual recurring revenue, which is double almost what it was last year. Raised 709 million through IPO. So yeah, they're up on earnings. And it looks like they're guiding up a little bit. Poker Pro, I'm very familiar with them. They they provide a lot around data collection in the IT space. I'm familiar with them because they build. Datadog is compatible or integrates with some of the various resource metric collection tools. And they have a cloud component that to gather metrics on consumption of cloud resources and the performance of them. So they are the ones selling my Facebook info to pitch me ads. No, that's not what they do. Harriscon. I'm not sure on BA. Let me go. If I remember right, I just kind of dumped it. I'd done well on BA yesterday. Let's see, what did I have here? So I had some 370. This is what I played today. So I don't know which ones you're talking about. I had a play on the 380s and a play on the 370s. The 370s. Took the trade and got out quick. Yeah, I was playing. Now I remember. Let me pull this up. Because I was playing. I think we were playing the 34 right here. Yeah, I remember. So that was at right here. I was playing for to hopefully hold this 34, and I intended this to be, this is like, all right, if it doesn't hold here, and it continues, great. If it breaks, then screw it, I'm out. Small loss. Obviously, it ran after, and then pulled back, quite a bit, and then held over this channel. Used that as support, but yeah, that when it closed 2 candles below the 34 down here, those contracts were already down like 20%. I mean, it was like they were moving so fast. Yeah, it was this candle that closed below the 34 that made me get out, because I was looking at this going, okay, if this closes below the 34 and it decides to come down here and test this 363.01, those contracts probably would have been down, instead of being down 20%, they probably would have been down, 35 or 40%. And, there are times that I will take that, but, and take that risk. But there's people in here that I know can't take that risk. So just, it's like, okay, stick to the rules. It broke below the 34, and that's not what I was playing here. I was playing stay above the 34 and get through this channel right here. And, ultimately it did that, but it pulled back some more before doing so. So that was it. Just limiting, the downside risk there. And I don't even know what VHDYX is, but just to entertain you, it doesn't even pull up. VH, I don't know what that is, but it doesn't pull up. So I tried. I didn't want to, It's an ETF. Oh, it's the Vanguard High Dividend Yield Index Fund. Why was I thinking the Vanguard funds? Yeah, the other Vanguard funds that I have are well, no, I guess I have. I got VDIXG, VG, HCX. But yeah, I have a couple of the Vanguard funds. For swinging it, is the 34 to 1 hour, because it's holding above the 34 in the 1 hour. Yeah, I'm just not really into swinging BA. I have a few times. I mean, there's posts, that I've put out there on social media on a few swings that I've had on BA, but it's not anywhere near the 34. Let's see. Make sure I'm looking at this right. Yeah. On the 1 hour, it's got a ways to go. This 618, and actually, if we pull up BA, because I think we drew the fibs on BA. What's going on here? Yeah, I had drawn these fibs on BA. And it did hold this 618 bounce there. And you can kind of see what's forming here. Get rid of that. Yeah, hair scan it can be. There's still headline risk with BA, and it can be pretty volatile. It can make some big moves. If you're on the right side of them, it works out great. If you're not, then prepare to get your ass handed to you. Someone bought 600 contracts of the 90s next week at a nickel. Oh, at 50 cents. Gotcha. Yeah, we did see some of that flow coming in. I did pull it up. You got yeah, we talked about AbbVie a couple times today. Bobby, yes, I was. Four and out the door for me. I was in the Air Force. Thanks for that. No, I was not a pilot. I was an IT guy. Well, for the majority of it. I was a 3C2, which is computer communications. And the base that I was at was a large training base. And it was basically network operations. I did network security and things like that. Oh, right on. Like I didn't cross train, but when they sent most of the cops on base to the desert while I was there, and so they had this augmentee program that I went and did, which is like a super condensed version of what they go through, basically to like look for drunks at the gate and that sort of thing. And yeah, Bobby, I've been doing IT related stuff since, and I actually got into that in the Air Force because I already kind of had a background in it. My uncle owned a computer store when I was growing up, so kind of grew up around them, which is odd, that long ago, but. See if anything else is moving. Skyworks down about 4% after hours. Yeah. I was just looking at that. And we talked about this one today. And actually, Vazu, yeah, it was you and I that was talking about this. I mean, see where it ends up, right? But if it stays down here, you'll be happy you didn't play a strangle. Their price target, they actually got a price target increase this morning. Oh, good. Good. Here's the thing, right? And this is why I typically don't like YOLO ERs, because you don't know like what's baked in here. And just because they meet, or even if they blow it out and they have an awesome quarter, it doesn't mean that it's gonna do what you think it should, or that it's gonna go up. Something can beat and drop. Something can miss, but it's not as bad as what people were thinking it was going to be, and it'll go up. It's tough. And that's why I typically don't play them, because so many times that's happened to me where it's like, well, shit, they did everything they said they were going to do. They blew the quarter out, they raised guidance, and the stock drops. And it's like, shit, what the hell? So for that reason, I don't really mess with them unless it's, unless it's something that I really have conviction about, and even then I'm hesitant. Or if it's cheap enough that it's like, all right, it's a, whatever, it's a $30 lotto ticket, I'll give it a shot. Then maybe. But I'll tell you, just like a scratch ticket, I've lost more of those than I've won. But you can see this climb, leading into ER. This run that it's had, maybe there were higher expectations. All right, who was it that was asking about the IT tech stuff? And the other thing, Vazu, it might be down now. That doesn't mean it's going to stay down. Yeah, I'm not even saying, just see what it does at the open. I don't know what strike you got into. That'll have a lot to do with whether or not I would dump it, get out first thing in the morning or not. If you got like 95s or something, then yeah, if they open green, I would get out. Let me go see. I'm going to just check in with main Discord, Black Box Discord, to see if there's any other earnings that they're talking about. Well, it's pretty quiet over there, so. What didn't Tilray? They reported after hours too, right? Yeah, they did. What kind of bourbon do you like? The brown kind. Yep, pretty much. What am I drinking today? I'm drinking. I got the Bullet. Depends on the day, and kind of depends on what I grab first. So they had Tilray Q3 revenue 51 million, 51.1 on a consensus of 49.41. We continue to expect significant growth in the fourth quarter and into 2020. Q3 adjusted EPS 50 cents on a consensus of 29 cents. Revenue increased 409%, it says, in the third quarter of 2019 compared to the prior year. Signed a definitive agreement with Privateer Holdings to extend the lockup for up to 2 years and provide for orderly release of the 75 million Tilray common shares that are held by Privateer Holdings, Inc. Announced a definitive agreement to acquire 420 Investments. These are like the business highlights. So the options, it says, implied a 21% move in share price, approximately $4.50 after results were released. $4.46. Well, it's moved about 37 cents. So unless there's a big move, they just ate up all that premium. Funny how that happens. Facebook up 20 cents, not much after hours. See what Tesla's doing. A little over a dime. What else? What is the market cap for Datadog at this point? Because I could see them being, I don't know if they have interest in selling, but I could see somebody taking them over. They have a $10 billion market cap. Well, they did at 30 whatever, $33. $9 billion. Well, I saw in September. Let's look at this. This actually, where are we at? 38.58. Yeah, that's a nice jump for them. 12.5% so far. And they IPO'd over, they came, let's see, 52-week range, 41.44. That could be a good one tomorrow. FinViz shows 9.4. Okay. It's at almost 39 now. This is interesting right here. Anybody close enough to DoD to know if they're looking at Datadog? I'm gonna have to find that out. Player, we got your Vanguard ETF. Thank you. All right, what else do we have to look at? This, I'll definitely be watching this tomorrow. I mean, it 39.30 now. I think people were happy with those numbers. Good for them. Sarah, let's see. So strange. How do you just now initiate coverage on Apple? Apple initiated with the outperform at RBC Capital with 295 price target. Good question. Good question. I don't know. Hells and I were joking earlier about some of these. I made a reference to like some of these analyst price target changes that crack me up. Sometimes you see them adjust them, within $5 of the current price of a stock that moves, that's pretty volatile. And then it's funny, other times you'll see price targets on stuff that are just so far away from where it's at that it's like, what the hell are these people thinking? But yeah, it's funny. Sarah, it's probably somebody out there that's, a dinosaur who's like, the internet? That thing still exists? I think I saw an Apple maintain price target reduced from 205 to 203. Yeah. Yeah. Like, that's helpful, right? The internet? You mean that thing's still around? I got another one that I'm gonna keep an eye on tomorrow, which is NTLA, and it's cheap, way down off its highs. It's another bio. They reported last week, and the end of October, and they reported well. And I've seen some reports, some analysts that are bullish on it. I think it's something to watch for sure. Down here, it's 1350. And this isn't this isn't like that, whatever, that EDPN or whatever, that doesn't trade any volume. If I go look at this, let's pull up, let's see what the average volume is on this. About 500,000, not a ton, but it's not 21,000, which is what that other one had. The volume today was a little over the average, 736,000. So it gets traded, not a ton, but this move that it's been making. It was down here at 1025. Now we're at 1350 since the 10th of October. You know, highs up here. The 52-week high is 19 bucks. So for those of you that are looking for something maybe cheaper to play, like this one could be interesting. I wouldn't go put your entire portfolio into it or anything like that, but I do think it could be interesting. You know, it gets enough volume that it is gonna move. They made this list 8 undervalued biotech stocks to watch. Not that that means anything, but they're getting a little bit of attention. And like I said, they just reported, and they reported well. That's not the right one. Here we go. What's up? Going well. How are you? Were you at work all day or what? Right on. Well, I'll be here for a little bit. 3 o'clock my time so far. 3:08. Did you play anything today while you were at work? Picked up some more PG and CHK. CHK, isn't that one like... I think I saw, yeah, 60 cents. Why are you playing this? What's making you play this? Not that there's anything wrong with it, just wondering why you're playing it. I'll tell you that some of my biggest gains and biggest losses have been in these, oil exploration companies that are way down. And I don't play CHK, but there's been a few others that I have. Why are you playing this? This was one of them. I actually did well on this one. Hoping for a comeback. Hopium is not a strategy. But you know that, I'm sure. Hoping for a comeback is not a way to play. When I was a kid, there was that whole, what was it? You can, what was that statement? It was like you can want in one hand and shit in the other and see which one fills up first or something like it. It was ridiculous, but you get the idea. Like, just because you want it to or hope it does, doesn't mean it will. Yeah, this looks like shit. You're only in for $50? Yeah, okay. Then, fuck it, let it ride. Never know what's going to happen. But those kinds of plays will nickel and dime you to death, too. Again, not to say it won't work, because it certainly might. It's taken quite the drop just this month, huh? And it's dropped $1. Crazy. Yeah. I don't know. And this is why I don't do these anymore. Because it's like, okay, if I'm going to take $50 and throw it in something, I want to go find a high volatility big name ticker and see if I can, at least play directionally. Yeah. Well, at least you don't have a big position or anything like that. You didn't go crazy. And Vazio, I think you're right now. It looks like your puts are going to pay off. And if you're not still on, I'm glad that that we had that conversation and you didn't end up doing a strangle on that. Dropped below. Oh yeah, I already read that. Okay. Yeah. Lon, again, like, I can't tell you how many times that I played, a ticker like that, and you go read, and of course everyone's like, oh, well, they got to get to $1 because otherwise they're going to be delisted, or they're going to, they're going to be on the, I don't know, are they already on? No? I heard that story so many times. And they'll probably try to do some things to delay it. But what's the easiest way for them? If you have to think about it and you say, what's the easiest way for them to get over $1? What do you think they're going to do if it gets to that where it's like, okay, we got to get back over $1, and we don't really have any way to do that because our balance sheet, doesn't show it. Our prospects don't show it. What else are they going to do? Reverse split. Exactly. Not to say they will, but if they're going to try to maintain their listing and it gets to where, holy shit, we got to get back over $1, and that's the only way to accomplish that, that's what they're going to do. And I'll tell you something else. Look at this. So this is Stockbot. Which I'm actually going to add to my Discord server just because I added it to the Black Box server. I love it. It's awesome. I mean, it's not super accurate, but, you get a quick view. You got a 1.6 billion OS with a float of 1.3 billion. Insiders don't own it. Decent amount of institutional ownership for a stock that cheap. But that's huge. For something at 60 cents, yeah. If I were them, I would do an RS. I mean, they've already lost all their shareholder confidence. Like, why wouldn't you? No problem. There was a strange candle in JPM today, 20 minutes before the close. Let's look at JPM. Oh, you're talking about this crazy... the crazy wick? The hell was that, a fat finger? So when I see those and I'm like, what is that? Right? Well, then I go to time and sales. Let's look. See what we see. I mean, I agree that is, well, that's pretty insane. I don't know why these E-Trade windows, when I float them and I drag them out of where their happy place is, they always look funny. Let's see what I got set up here. Where's my filters? I cannot. All right, you're going to have to come back over here so I can. Ah, jeez. So I could show all. Today only. And I don't care about all these 1 in 200 share trades. Let me filter those out. Size greater than. Let's see what that shows me. How much volume was on that candle? Or that wick? Wasn't a ton of volume. Let's see, 20 minutes before the close. $13.39. $1,614. See if we can figure this out and tell where this came from. $129.16 dark pool block. What was it? $129.30. Oh, that was down there, so that wasn't it. So 129.16. You can see those in time and sales. This was around 129.30-ish. I don't see any big That's interesting. I don't see anything big at that time. I'm not seeing anything. Juan, I'm not. I see what you're talking about. See the candle. And I see the wick. But I can't find Actually, here, let me look at one more thing here. Wait a minute. I actually do see that was a fat finger or something. Somebody bought 26 shares or 2,600 shares at 139.30. I just found it. I filtered it different, but look at this. That was a fat finger. That I don't know how that happened. Because I don't see anything in the dark pool. You know, maybe it was some. You see this right here on time and sales? I mean, that could happen if somebody's, sitting on the ask up there. Usually you see it on low volume tickers. Somebody's sitting, up there on the ask. Somebody else comes in and, puts in a market order. You see that kind of thing every now and then. But not on something like JPM. That is really strange. But I see this 139.30, 2,600 shares. But I know who to ask. I mean, I've seen that, like I said, typically it's on lower volume stuff where somebody just gets out of the way. Like and maybe that's it. Like timing wise, it's like there's a few people that, that are sitting on the ass that get out of the way and somebody comes in and puts in a big market order. Maybe it's like all or none or something. I mean, I wasn't watching the price action today, so I can't, but I have seen that happen. And usually when you see it, it's like, oh, that person got screwed. That sucks. Yeah, Sarah, you usually don't see it regular market hours. When there's plenty of volatility on something that is, active and, traded on high volume, you don't usually see that sort of thing. Jenny B, I posted in main Discord. I posted that the chart and time and sales, and Jenny B said, "Don't leave your screen open during the day with small children." But without looking at, I don't have a good answer for that, except normally when I see it, I just kind of go, all right, well, that was a screw up. Like, but again, you don't usually see it on tickers like a JPM. But like I said, I've got somebody I can ask. I'll see if I can get any further information on this. Sarah, it seems like that to me, but yeah. I mean, like if it was a lot more shares, it would make a lot more sense to me. But it was 2,900 shares or 2,600 shares. It's it's not like it was a crazy amount. So it's definitely interesting. There we go. I don't know. 2,600 shares when there was, per minute, what, 20,000? What was there? There was 50,000 in volume. And that was 2,600 shares. So I don't know. I'm not sure how that happens, but I've sent the question out, so maybe I'll get an answer. This has got me perplexed at the moment, so I'm still see what else I can find. And I'll be right back.